Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing this fine evening? Man, I'm late. I know. I got distracted and stuff. Oh, man, my fucking procrastination is really bad. Not too crazy today, I think. I did finish that train network. Alright. Ready to work. Work. Alright. Yes, me lord. Alright. I don't remember most of the peasants' lines from Warcraft. I don't remember, me lord. I just know how to do the voice. Sorry, me lord. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. It really do. You really do be like that sometimes. Alright. I need to go to my apartment tomorrow to pick up that iPhone that I have. Because I need it for some stuff. You need it for an event specifically. In Pokemon Go. What the next event's gonna have? Increased shiny rate of a new shiny. Fido. So I'm gonna take full advantage. And take full advantage of that for myself. You know. Instead of being, of course, 1 in 512, it's going to be 1 in, it's either 100 or 64. Sometimes it's 125, but it depends on what they feel like. By they, I mean Niantic. Democrats lead Republicans by 16 points on generic ballot among very motivated voters. So high propensity voters. That's not great for Republicans, but the Republicans are meant to get out low propensity voters. Generally, they get more low propensity voters out, but none of them will want to go out to vote for Republicans now because of how just, well, terrible. Just how terrible it is. Alright, well, we're factoring our Oreos now. Okay, so we have a train now. Or trains. That was what I did while I was gone. So what's next? We're gonna make some concrete. Make some concrete. Blue chips. That's gonna be rocket silos. Then there's what? Then it's going to be rocket fuel. The rest, and also the science pack. We do not make the vanadium plates yet, so science will come after we make plates, but making the plates should not be too hard. Take these. Alright. I don't know why I decided to put these on two separate belts, but I did it now, so I kind of have to commit. So, fuck it. Yeah, we just kind of have to commit to that. It's fine. 200 per second, per minute's pretty good there. You will give me back the stone. Ourselves some more belts and undergrounds. Meanwhile, a little awkward that I have to do this, but not the end of the world. Okay. Nope. You read. Give me a stone count. 1,000 or less than 1,000. All right, cool. All right, have at it. There's our crushed stone. Now we just have to wait for more. Belts. It's exactly what I was looking for. More belts. More belts. 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 Alright. There you go. Calciners. Calciners for our bricks. Bricks for our concrete. Concrete. Probably should have dropped off some foundries here because we need more, but it's fine. But there's the concrete. That's rocket silos. Then all we need is chips, rocket fuel, LDS, and then we can leave. The question is what rocket what rocket fuel recipe are we going to use? Because we have a lot of options. We have no light oil available. Can't use that. No ammonia. Can't use that. We have solid fuel available. Atmosphere production. What's the point of this? Nitrogen and oxygen. What does that do for me exactly? Ammonia synthesis. And we have this recipe already. Nitrogen and hydrogen lets me make ammonia. Don't know what that does exactly for me. I mean, if anything, like the best part about this is the upgrade. The upgrade crusher is definitely going to be useful. This thing's pretty good. Gas balloons can also be pretty useful as well. All this other stuff's just kind of whatever, I think. We'll finally have to make something with the ferrovanadium. Right, we also have to go through the whole, like, dumbass calcium fucking production chain, because we need that as well to produce the vanadium plate. Which needs vanadium dust. And vanadium dust is vanadium oxide and calcium. I need to control specifically how much is going to be on the belt because we're going to have to recycle a bunch of that quicklime. So we'll have to probably use inputs priority, which should... It's not a big issue. um... Brick from crushed stone. Nice. It's concrete done. Should probably get the sides done next. So that means we need more calciners to make the quick slime. I've had this recipe for a while. Quick lime. Those are all done. Jesus. 75 per second consumption rate, 112 per second. I don't know if I need that much. I guess we'll just chill there. If we have to copy paste more, we copy paste more. I mean, we are gonna get a lot of this shit as a fuck ass byproduct. So that's something that needs to be thought about. In fact, this shit we need to move. This thing being in the way is kind of annoying. is that done? Okay, after the quicklime. Next is slaked lime. Slake from Teen Titans. Slake. How much do you eat? Oh, wow. 30 a second? Huh. Oh, that's more than I thought it would. Huh, interesting. Okay. Not really one-to-one per se, but close enough, so this should be fine. It certainly makes my job easier. What's with the after the slake lime? It should be the calcium then, and then we need to figure out how to reinsert all of that. But to use a priority splitter. Oh, my breaking force upgrade. Lovely. Okay, calcium. Vanadium dust. Calcium is what's next, okay. Byproduct of water. Okay. So we dealing with a bunch of fuck-ass byproducts right now? Very annoying. Very well. gas byproducts. I'm not sure if this is eventually going to become like a 1-to-1 sort of ratio. I'm very interested to see if that's the case or not. Let me see. Calcium again. Perhaps. Pompas, pompas. Water. Pump when this has less than 40k. Oh man. That's a lot. Okay. get the slaked lime. I wonder why it's like this. Okay, then we make the vanadium dust. Right, this shit fucking spoils. I completely forgot about that. Well, luckily it only takes about 15 minutes for these things to spoil, so it's not the end of the world. That's irritating. Okay, now we have to think about the output of this shit. 2 in, 2 out. 2 belts, one takes care of one takes care of the other. No, it doesn't work. We have to do this. That works. Alright, that's that done. Wrong thing. Recycling machines. No recyclers? Hey, could we have more? Really? Did not leave any here. Oh, I did. Now for the plate, we have the dust. How to make the actual plates. Good. Do I just produce a little too much water? Yeah. Ugh, that's unfortunate. Hmm. to hire on, get more stuff. Science. I need to cut down on the calciners over here because there's just too many. Fast diesel and surge just got buffed. 1296, it's fast. I think I might have to cut some of this off. Increase the usage here, cut some of this shit off. Probably by one row. 106. Jesus, it's insane. Okay, should be okay now. Oh, waiting for more calciners. My favorite. What? You know what? Just because you keep saying all this, I'm going to eat you. Like... I'm very tired. I'm a little sleepy. Weird. You're kind of weird. I look at you, and I see nothing but papega. You are literally dutius futius putius. Do you understand? Do you understand that? Do you understand me? Now you flipped me off. Come over here. Come over here, you son of a bitch. You flipped me off. You're a fake and a fraud. You're not an intellectual. I mean, shut the fuck up. You know what? Fuck you. Times you out. ICE agent scolds protester. We're trying to arrest a child sex offender. That's who you guys are protecting. Insane. Hello, Mr. ICE agent. I know of someone who you could arrest. His name is Donald J. Trump. If it's all about going after child sex offenders, and that's what we care so much about, okay. Then to go after those guys? The president? Go after the faith advisor the president has. You know? Man, have I ever said how fucking stupid conservatives are? Have I ever said how much I hate conservatives, dude? You know, obviously the powder keg within Minneapolis is still there. And all these, like, dumbasses, you know, there's, like, a dude. Like, because I think Minnesota's an open carry state. So you can open carry. Dude standing out with a gun, guarding his neighborhood. All the conservatives will be like, look at this leftist man. Yeah. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to just stand guard and protect your neighbors with a gun. It's like, that's literally how it works, you dumbass. That is literally what you're supposed to do. Not like that, dummy. Ay, ay, ay. Not much longer for you dipshits. That's not good. is there no fermentation bacteria? We'll have to go fix that. Annoying and inconvenient, but it won't take too long. Okay, that should fix the problem. So all as many other problems we've been having. Spoilage got on the belt, but deal with either you later. Yay. Feeding this all back into itself is not working. Just produces a lot more than I thought it would. The path forward then is the best thing we can do then is just get rid of all of it. that should be fine. Bottleneck is just the calcium. We need way more of it. Man, the ratios on this stuff is so fucking weird. It's like a 1 to 10. Or to 8-ish. Actually, exactly 1 to 8. When I space these out like complete shit, what the fuck am I doing? battery dead. There we go. Don't know why I sent this down here. I have my own yellows here already. It's kind of foolish of me. Ay, 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 ay. Barry Weiss and Trump exchange kisses on the cheek following 60 Minutes interview. As per The Independent. That's crazy. Macking it up with fucking Barry Weiss now. Very strange. Okay, that works. Finally, science pack. All of that bullshit so we can finally make the fucking science pack. Then makes rockets, makes rocket fuel, then we can leave. Sodium hydroxide is definitely going to be the problem, isn't it? Oh yeah. $383. It's enough for 4 of these. Ish. That's fine. That's more than enough. Boom, boom, boom. Sodium hydroxide. Check. Get the catalysts first. Oxide catalyst. Now for the plates. And there's the plates. There's a bunch of bottles of science now. Alright, final things we need now. Blue chips. acid. No power. Too much cooled steam. We need some speed modules. Speed modules. Oh boy. The only bottleneck that we do have is just going to be sodium hydroxide. That really is going to be our main bottleneck. Because we cannot possibly burn enough chlorine to just get rid of all that shit. Because we just have way too much chlorine. space to do that shit. And I want more pumps. That should be about enough. Man, oh man. That should be enough. We'll finish this damn planet. So close. Lovely. Rocket fuel. What do we have available? No light oil. No light oil. No slime wood. The recipe that's available in the press doesn't work either. Cause no coal. However, we have carbon and particle manipulators. Which means we most certainly do actually have coal then. $531.68. Okay, soon we'll be able to switch that over. Lovely. Not an option. We do produce plenty of solid fuel. back. Particle manipulator, press. Okay. What we can do with this shit, turn a bunch of that carbon into coal. Use that coal that we make from the carbon to make rocket fuel. We do not need many presses to make rocket fuel, because this recipe is highly, highly efficient. An incredibly, incredibly efficient recipe. Only other thing we need is just the solid fuel that we can get from methane. $15 per second is not that much. Perfect. That makes that all into one. And I'm out of productivity modules. Great. Ay, 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 ay. draw this. That should be fine because we don't need that much. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, particle manipulators. Rocket fuel. Done. And just like that, we're done. We are now ready to start transporting science out of here. Hooray. already head to Novice. Prepare Novice to be ready and able to accept the new science packs. Vanadium. These shitters are starting to get more and more full. Not a lot left. Not a lot left. Yeah, there is not much left we have left to do on this planet. Just a few things here and there, and we'll be gone. Definitely want to make the upgrade crushers, because these things are pretty good. Gas balloons could be useful to have. And then vanadium steel processing. Really, it's just to be able to build these two things. So we gotta take care of that shit. And then more health and moving a little faster. Doesn't hurt. Then we'll use the ship that picks up the science and all the other material. We'll use it to also make a quick detour to Maluna to drop off the whatchamacallits, the upgrade crushers. Lovely. Oh, I've been going for a while in the Factorio. Well, luckily we don't have too much to cover today. Dude. Trump sending a letter to Norway. Links Nobel Prize to Greenland. Reiterates threats shared with European ambassadors in Washington. It's escalating. That is for certain. And I'm just confused, like, why? good shit. Now it is. That's not the correct button. That's the correct button. I'll be right back, gamers. Like seeing Article 5 trending, I'm not gonna lie. Don't really like that too much. Man, this fucking... God, bro. Man, this fucking shit with what Fuentes, Sneeko, Clavicular, the Tape Bros, and Myron Gaines is so fucking cringe, dude. I just find it hilarious how all the people that they're in the club. Like, the only one that's, like, smiling and seemingly vibing out to the Kanye West song it's just them. Everyone else is just like standing around not doing anything. It's you know, I keep thinking to myself, back to the cutscene, specifically with in Wolfenstein. I forget which Wolfenstein. I think it was 2, the new Colossus, with Hitler in the theater, and he's like disheveled, old, like basically falling apart, very weak. And he walks up to the one American guy, you know, very over the top, ridiculous American accent. He's like, "Oh, my Fuhrer, I'm from Arizona," and he gets shot in the face. And I just keep, it just keeps playing in my mind. I'm gonna be quite honest. Whenever I look at these, like, this collection, this gaggle of, like, neo-Nazis and shit. Clavicular was left stunned after Tristan Tate mogged him to death. Dude, this is fucking gay, dude. It's just gay. That's another thing. I don't understand this fucking weird obsession. Also, this obsession with the fucking whole milk, I also find to be very strange, dude. Just strange, man. Strange. Just, where is all of these shits. Black man who protected neo-Nazi. Jake Lang from Mob speaks out about his decision. So it's immediately someone saying the fucking slur. I just don't want to deal with the fucking slur.
The longer he fought them off.
I'm curious about these perspectives. Yoink this, yoink that. A lot of the conservatives talking about the Jake Lang thing do not seem to be posting the full context of what he said. So I would like to have the full context. For I'm a humble contexterino. Yes, definitely an agent provocateur who's also been to Jan 6th. So he was saying white supremacist bullshit. It's funny. And then the mob wanted to rip him to shreds, but he got saved by a black guy. Okay. Damn! Fucked around and found out. It's not the full context, but I don't think I need the full context. I don't need to listen to his whatever schizo speech he had. Right, he's a Nazi. It doesn't matter. Whatever he says is irrelevant. By the way, this is how you should treat Nazis. Like shit. Because they are shit. I got everything I want. This won't take too long, though. Alright. Let's get started. Ugh. The image you currently are seeing on screen is that of a neo-Nazi provocateur at January 6th with a baseball bat. Now, for those of you who are going to be dishonest about January 6ers, it was a attempted coup by the President of the United States because he was mad about the fact that he lost 2024 because he's just a salty little bitch, okay? Fucking MAGA dipshits, Republicans can cope, seethe, maul, eat my shit, and suck my fucking dick. I could give less of a flying fuck about the fact that dude is just a fucking neo-Nazi who decided to follow the orders of the president, deciding to, talk about how the election was stolen from him, yada, yada, yada. I believe he served 4 years in jail, rightfully so. Pardoned by the president, of course. The funniest thing about a lot of the January 6th rioters, these seditious conspiracists, or conspiracies? The conspiracists? Yeah, conspiracists. These seditionists are basically the fact that they are, first off, very stupid, and second off, decided to re-offend. Most of them went back to jail because of, various violence charges and abusives and, sexual crimes as well. Very, very often. It's almost as if, again, these people are just a bunch of far-right extremists and are all just a bunch of fucking criminals who should have stayed in jail, as far as I care. We have another instance here of Jacob Lang. Actually, this first. Just to show that he is a neo-Nazi. I believe this was in front of New York or something? No. Maybe not New York. He was in front of a particular building. I don't know if this is Minneapolis, but I think it's some city's town hall. And he is just doing a Sig Heil. Again, conservative activist. He's a neo-Nazi. And he was, I believe, throwing a bunch of those, those gold coins that are actually chocolate. I believe he was, throwing them at, a statue of either George Soros or Hillary Clinton. One of the two. Making the implication rather clear that he's throwing coins at the miserly fucking Jews or whatever for them to pick up off the ground avariciously.
Go back, APAC, go back. That's the APAC building right
APAC building, that's what it is.
there. White Christian men are not going to sit around while you turn our children into a bunch of nigger lovers.
He said a slur, dude. Okay, dude. Nice meme. We love slurs, don't we, ladies, gentlemen, and those in between?
We're going the wrong way.
So obviously, Nazi nonsense, okay? The conspiracy that Jews basically control media and control annals of power, that basically make race mixing through the media the most palatable thing in order to replace the white race is... It's nonsensical, stupid, obviously. No evidence to say that this is the case whatsoever. But again, neo-Nazi probably goes on poll all the time or some shit and looks at black cock constantly. Because all of these people are, again, I don't know how many times this has to be said, they always hyper-fixate on the quote-unquote virile black who's going to go in and just inseminate all the fucking white women or something. It's incredibly fucking stupid.
Where we going?
I think that is the dude beside him that weird QAnon dumbass who was also in Minneapolis, yelling just random QAnon slogans or something. Again, these people are just sick in the head.
Simple. I was just showing them the APAC building on my stream.
But guys, we'll see you in Minnesota, January 17th. Be there. If you guys.
Oh, that is that guy. Yeah, it is that QAnon fucking freak who was just like yelling at people, saying like, "We just killed one of your people!" Haha! And it's just like, white woman, you wanted to kill a white woman or something, but I thought you guys were trying to protect white women. Oh, it's because she's like a lesbian. And then you decide to make an exception there or something, but okay, whatever.
You guys are watching this and you're inspired, show up. We need your help. These people are inspired the more they see. Fight back, guys. We'll see you January 17th.
Okay, then obviously they all went to... Oh, what should we call it? They all went to dumbass Minneapolis. They were just fucking around and finding out here. I'm not gonna bother finding the full clip. So he went... Because he's a provocateur. That's the point of Jacob Lang. He went there. He basically is... We all know what happened, obviously, with the assassination of Renee Nicole Good. People in Minneapolis are pissed. I believe there are constant patrols, even by, like, basically everyone in the city on any sort of ICE vehicle that is moving. They are getting constantly monitored. And, again, First Amendment, you're allowed to do this, so long as you're not impeding an arrest or any actions of the officers. You're good. You can follow them. Nothing's stopping you from just following them and just recording them and just constantly honking at them as a way to basically track them. You're allowed to do neighborhood watch shit on the police. You're allowed to do neighborhood watch shit on federal agents. You can just do that. Again, just like looking at them with the fucking camera and just like following them around, seeing what they're up to. Totally fine, but obviously all these white supremacists, these ICE freaks, basically are just like, no, we don't want to be followed whatsoever because we don't want people to hold us accountable for any of our schizo actions.
White Americans need to save our country back.
A
So, Nazi.
few inches later.
And now people are throwing snowballs at him. Very funny. And he's like, please stay back. Please don't do anything to me. Again, these people are like, they talk such a big fucking game. And then they just like constantly pussy and cower out. Like at the first second of getting any fucking form of pushback. Like these people are fucking cowards. Like absolute cowards. And again, what you should do to these people is just bully the shit out of them. Again, like, bully them, call them losers, call them little incel freaks. Just say that they're just mad about the fact that Stacy chose Chad or Tyrone over their fucking goofy looking head asses in high school or university. Because that's what it is. Like, the building, or like the building blocks rather, of fascism, generally speaking, are a bunch of lonely fucking white men who are just mad about the fact that whichever fucking white girl decided to be like, ugh, I don't like you, you're a fucking weirdo, get away from me. It's all psychosexual, very Freudian with these people. They always hate their mothers, specifically, because they tend to be, like, liberal white women. And then the whole, like, going down the rabbit hole of conspiracism and right-wing sort of propaganda instantaneously begins from there, consistently.
A few moments later.
So he got saved basically by this. I'm not sure if they're a protest or not. This mob basically wanted to tear him to shreds, like completely just fucking deck this guy the fuck out, right? So he got escorted off by a some black dude, right? Don't know the name of the black guy. We're gonna get to him eventually. He does explain his reasoning why. People are pushing him, they're bullying him because fuck this stupid dipshit. I think the reason why people are escorting him off after him getting fucking bullied is more than like because, you know, people are throwing snowballs at him, of course, rightfully so, deserved. Fuck these people. The reason why I'm okay with violence against people like Nazis is because they want to do violence against those that they deem the other. They just want to kill people. Anyone who has a different skin color from this one specifically, from white, they just want to kill. That's literally it. These people cannot be reasoned with. You cannot have a discussion with these people. They are just violent. There's like nothing you can do in terms of reasoning with these people. Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. You do not be civil with Nazis. They pretend themselves to be civil in order to make your positions look inherently ridiculous, right? To make the fact that your seriousness is supposed to look very silly. Jean-Paul Sartre's quote, yet again, rings consistently in my mind when sort of like talking about this. You can't treat these people seriously. What they want is to be treated seriously. You just bully them and make fun of them. That's how you treat a Nazi. So, a black guy escorted him. These, I believe, are transgender DACA recipients. Basically, drive him off the premises. People obviously find him, and they want to grab him and get at his fucking... Okay, there's no music playing.
Wait, let them go! Let them go!
They just want to get rid of him.
Pull over!
Very, very funny. Consistent, because again, with Nazis, it's always projection with these people. They always talk about how much they hate trans people, but then they always constantly look up girl cock on the fucking internet. Constant. The neo-Nazis, Alex Jones, it doesn't matter. All these conservatives are just fucking hypocrites. They don't believe in anything, fundamentally speaking. They have to believe in nothing to justify their idiotic fucking conspiracism and beliefs.
Leave it! Get out of here! Leave it off! Get out of here! No! Y'all just let him leave! It's not working! Hey!
I believe that's the same black guy who probably saved his life.
Stop it! Let him out! Let him out!
Just run him out of town. Well, the best thing you can do is to just run him out of town. I believe, yeah, this is another angle of him getting escorted off as well. So, very, very funny, dude. Saved by a mob of from a mob of white people by a black man. You can't make this up. It's very, very funny. And here, the individual who decided to protect Jake Lang from the mob speaks out about this. Why don't we take a look?
I don't know how, I just can, right? Divine entity. Now, at the end of the day, my job...
Way to be fucking brave and trying to fucking do something.
Yeah, my job, you know, my purpose on earth, and my spirit told me, I'm the son of God, right? A lot of people gonna think I'm lying, and I just showed you again.
I got you.
It shows you again that I don't have to lie, but I move off love and unity, and that's how Jesus walked. If y'all Christians, that's how y'all...
Okay, is it just like Christian, like, babble, basically, or something? Okay. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know why the dude decided to save this guy in particular. Maybe he just didn't want anything to escalate and get worse or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yahweh walk, if y'all Africans and y'all roots, Yahweh walk just showing love regardless of what somebody did to you. When they crucified him on the cross, he still forgave everybody for their sins. And they down there killed him. So it's like, we can't treat hate with hate. Love overcome hate any day. When one motherfucker starts showing love, everybody show love. But if one person hate, everybody hate. It's a domino effect, just like a domino.
What he's saying isn't wrong here, but the problem is that we're talking about a neo-Nazi here. Now, I'm just going to assume that this individual here probably does not know about Jake Lang, right? Saw a dude getting accosted by a mob and saw a bunch of hate on this one individual by the mob and decided to, like, try to bail him out. Okay, sure, that's fair. Whatever. I don't know what's going on in the dude's head. I could just make assumptions. I mean, the problem is that, like, if Jake Lang had his fucking way, he would definitely throw this dude in a fucking concentration camp, or like get rid of him, like deport him to Africa or some shit. Because I don't know, like the dude literally said N-word lovers, that the Jews want to turn everyone, like white Christian men, into N-word lovers or whatever the fuck, stupid fuck shit, or children into N-word lovers. Neo-Nazi. These people are the ones who constantly start off with the hate consistently. That's the problem, right? Now, could this sort of be the breaking of the cycle of violence or whatever? Sure, maybe. But the problem is that Nazis are just inherently violent. the only thing you can do with people like Nazis and Nazism is to just stamp them out and get rid of them entirely.
That's that, but it was my job and my purpose.
We stole his watch.
Hey, let me see the watch. Hey, let me see the watch. Hey, hey, watch this. Hey, hey, come here, come here. Hey, someone come here, Mello. Hey, check it out. You, come here. Yeah, you, yeah. Yeah, so look, keep that on. At the end of the day, this what he came. I don't know what this shit is. A fake ass, what they call these watches?
Rolex?
Out of my protect. The world is fake. You hear me? All this shit is fake. Stop paying y'all money for this shit. You feel me? But that's the end of that, man. At the end of the day, just show love to anybody. No matter what they done to you, just show love. You're gonna get blessings.
Hey, I don't even know you. I don't even know you off this. I just put on
That's how deep it's gonna get. I'm gonna leave it at this. I'm very deep, right? So we go back all the way down to slavery, right? My last name is Blackwell, and Blackwell was the first slave owner to ever own a slave. He was white. Now I'm gonna go back to this to show you, he's my brother. He's my brother. Hey, guy. You know what I mean? Regardless of the color. He's my brother. Through slavery. His people fuck my people. Babies. It's a generational thing, bro. We're family at the end of the day.
To be fair, I'm Scandinavian. We didn't do any slaves.
No, you ain't do it personally. We ain't gonna put that on him. But like, humans. I'm gonna say humans. Don't put a race on the humans.
Hey, have a good one, brother.
Same thing.
What the fuck is this thing? Okay, so I don't know, like the Christian sort of ideal of just like trying to be above it all, treat humans like again, like, sure, I mean that's like nice and all and everything, but the problem is that neo-Nazis do not think of you as human, right? Like you can't find rapport with these people. Like I don't like, yeah, sure, like treat your fellow man like your fellow man, or woman as your fellow woman, or MP as your fellow MP, yada yada yada, you know, whatever. The problem specifically here is the fact that neo-Nazis and far-right nationalists, white nationalists generally speaking, do not see people as human. Those with other colors of skin, they don't see them as human. They see you as lesser because of the pigmentation of your skin, for fuck's sake. Like, I assume that guy, sort of generally speaking, knows about that. Maybe he wants to seek some form of absolution in front of God to be kind or whatever. I don't know. Like, who the fuck knows? And by the way, when he was taken to the hospital, Jake Lang, guess who he was treated by? A Somali fucking nurse. So, again, it turns out all these minorities, they're willing to sort of, like, despite the fact that he just wants to kill all of them and, like, deport them and get rid of them, because, again, neo-Nazi, psycho, all these minority populations were going to do their jobs and decided to sort of save him for whatever reason, throw some modicum of kindness. Will that have any impact on someone like Jake Lang? Probably not, considering the fact that he went to jail for 4 years for his actions within January 6th, and in front of AIPAC decided to, like, shower them with, like, fucking gold chocolate coins. Genuinely fucking insane. But here's the trans woman who picked up Jake Lang as well. I'm very curious to see what her perspective is.
Okay, TikTok. We're gonna make... Oh, wait, can you turn the heat down really fast? Okay, hopefully this works and it like doesn't cut up again. So, my name's Day. This is my friend Leah. This feels so weird to do this really fast.
Not be ugly.
Yeah, so let me give y'all the rundown on what just happened to us in case we do go like viral or whatever the case is. We were driving, we're on our way to Tom's Watch Bar, right? We want to have some cocktails, little girl day, whatever. We see this crowd of protesters outside of a hotel. Obviously, we are anti-ICE. Like, what the fuck is all this shit that's going on is such bullshit. I'm low-key scared for our country, and it sucks that it's starting in Minnesota, but like, I do not support that. They're bullying. They are bad people. They're ripping apart families. Don't fuck with it. This guy, still don't even know his full name. Jake is all I know. And apparently,
a horrible freaking person.
The horrible people that apparently, I'm sure a lot of you guys do know about, but I had never heard of him. We see him.
Okay, that's what I figured as well. They probably had no idea who the fuck Jake Lang is. Just like this guy as well. Or let me get his fucking face. There we go. I assume this guy has no idea who the fuck Jake Lang is. They have no idea, right? They know, broadly speaking, probably of January 6th and the sort of like main causes of January 6th, but the individuals who carried out January 6th, they probably don't have as many details in that specifically.
Him run up to our car and he's like, can I please get in? Can I please get in? Like, they hurt me so bad, da 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 da. That's all the context we have. So in our heads, it's like, oh my god, like was he just attacked by ICE? Like,
We thought ICE was after him, so we're like, okay, whatever, like hop in the freaking car real quick. And then all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of people coming here and storming us and like beating up the car, ruining the car, pulling this dude out. Like what is
like
going on?
surrounding the car from every single angle. And yeah, we had no idea what we was getting ourselves into. It's just like we saw an injured man, so like obviously we're gonna help because we're not bad people. What? And I don't know him. And so yeah, anyway.
So again, neo-Nazi saved by the fact that people without any context are willing to help others and are willing to basically sort of, well, yeah, we're going to help other people because that's just good to just help people. Period. End of story. Right? Which again, like, I don't fault them for this. They didn't know. They had no idea. I mean, the black man here, I don't know his name. Name never given. No clue what his name is. Right? So we just know him as Black Man. I guess, for lack of a better term. Put Jake Lang in the car with this trans DACA recipient, right? Trans woman DACA recipient, which is fucking crazy. They decided to show kindness where he would never show any. And again, like I don't agree with what the black man is basically saying about, like, you know, you have to show love to everyone. The thing is with neo-Nazis is that they don't give a fuck about any of that shit. They don't care. Now, did he know that it was a neo-Nazi? Blah 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 blah. Probably not. Would that have changed his mind? Probably not. This is his, like, I don't know, sort of calling the eye of God or whatever. You know, it is what it is. Do your fucking thing. I don't really have much of a problem with that. But again, here's the thing. People help people. People destroy people. People, generally speaking, are, in terms of, I don't know, their conduct, broadly speaking, just good people. Right? Someone's not just going to be an asshole just for the sake of being an asshole. We are all social creatures, unless you're a fucking billionaire. But there's a lot of, I would say, sociological reasons for as to why billionaires, generally speaking, do not treat humans as other humans. It's complicated, yada, yada, yada. We could get into that probably another day. The reason why people, generally speaking, are people, and they care about other people. They want to treat other people kindly because we're social creatures, right? We build bonds with one another. The reason why the human race is the top of the food chain and the sort of main sort of masters of the earth, broadly speaking, is because of the fact that we are able to communicate with one another, wield tools, build societies, blah, 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 and are able to come together as one for a shared common goal. No other animal is capable of doing that. They can in, like, certain ways, sort of, kind of, but not to the capability of humans. Where we can build, like, societies, nations, blah, 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 right? No animal can do that. Not like a human can. Broadly speaking, people have an understanding of you should just not be a dick to your fellow man, woman, MB, whatever. You know, those in between. And people just want to be good people. They want to be remembered as good people when they pass, when they're gone, or whatever. So, are most people going to be, like, aware of, like, a neo-Nazi provocateur who's looking to be a neo-Nazi provocateur being really stupid and fucking annoying in Minneapolis? No. They just see a guy who is injured or whatever, and they just want to help. Pretty simple. Just take them to the fucking hospital and then just, like, okay, well, we're just going to move on with our lives. And they're going to be, like, very, very much so, like, probably weirded out. It's like, why are a bunch of people attacking us and our car for this guy in the back? We had no idea. Like, we just don't know. Which, again, I'm not going to fault them for.
He gets in our car, like, yeah, surrounded us, they broke a tail light, we're banging on the car, whatnot. They tried to rip him out the door, like, they was, like, opening the door and shit. Wild. And so we do drive because, like, we're not gonna, like, literally the longer we sat there, the longer he fought them off and the more damage was happening to his car. So we had to leave with him in the car. Like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Don't fuck with him.
I was leaving.
Yeah. But also, we can't just, like, you know, like, what else are we supposed to do? He's not gonna, like, let us kick him out the car. He's not gonna get out. So, like, that was our only option at that point.
So we literally just go around the block and I'm like, you know what, like, you need to get out.
Yeah, we're still
like,
in the same
what
spot.
is going on? Like, whose side are you on right now? Because, like, this is not okay. And I'm just getting super weird bad vibes from this dude. And he's just like, oh, Trump something me. I got one back. And I'm just like,
yeah,
I don't care what Trump did for you. Like, ICE is fucking shit.
As
like,
fuck.
who are you? Like, who are you?
What he means by Trump saved him is Trump gave him a pardon. That's what he means.
And then I find out who he is. I'm like, I don't care if you're Uber's here. You're not gonna wait in my fucking car. You need to get out right now.
As fuck. Like, we
you
was
need
not
to get out
fucking
right now.
happening.
Like, this is not okay. I do not support you. Like, speak your mind, whatever. But, like, I do not support what this is all about. Like, this is not okay. Like, you need to leave and you need to give me your contact information because you're paying for this fucking shit. Like, you're annoying. Like, I actually don't like you.
No, literally.
So,
fuck, it was.
Didn't even spend that much time with these women, and immediately fucking they hated him. That's so fucking funny, dude. It is generational with the fucking Nazis. Just how like detestable and fucking miserable these people are.
Oh, like the most wild, like holy shit, like they just took like a 180 so fast, like.
All of a sudden we're seeing protesters. All of a sudden we're a part of it.
Like,
Camera up in the face. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
So anyways, if you happen to see our faces at all, because I literally, it felt like paparazzi was everywhere fucking snapping pics. If you happen to see us, please know that we do not support this man whatsoever.
I just need to leave literally the whole country. I don't care about whatever they have going on. It's all vendetta, and they just need to fucking leave. Like, it's just not okay, and people all have rights, and nobody should be ripped away from their home. I don't care what is going on. People should not be treated like this. Like, we're protesting for things that are good, and there's all these people just putting up such a fight for what? Because we want equality, and we want peace, and we want to feel safe where we're at. Like, is that too much to ask? Obviously it is, because every day we're getting thousands of new people coming here, you know, and just causing so much destruction and so much just like unrest and I don't know, but it's just not okay. And we're not expecting that to happen. We thought we were helping someone who was protesting against ICE, and that didn't turn out to be the case. And now we're here.
And now we're here.
It's someone who literally is so prevalent or something. What?
Where was his like limo? If everyone knows me, he travels the country, like, or like, where's your like? You ain't got like people with you. Why was he like literally by himself? Like, what? I don't even.
Stupid.
What?
He was looking to be a provocateur against the protesters. I mean, he fucked around. He found out he got his provocation, and he got fucking mobbed for it. To be fair, I mean, I'm not really saying much of anything, right? Like, there really is not much else to say besides what I've just said earlier. Like, they saw a guy, the black guy took him to the car. He was desperate to get in, and then they just basically drove off with him and just like dropped him off at the hospital. They exchanged words a little bit. They were just like, oh, okay, you're like some pro-ICE fucking weirdo. I do not like you. We do not like you. You can fuck right off. Like, we're just going to drop you off at the hospital, leave, and we're going to send you the bill for the damages.
What is the thought process there?
Because he's stupid and he likes attention and he thinks it's cool.
As fuck. He's so lucky we stopped him. He's so lucky he did not know who he was, because I'm sorry, but like, you're from the streets. We're letting the wolves have you next time.
We'll look from in here and watch you get beat up and then go along our way and not be a part of this.
Yes, like what? And yeah, sorry this video so long, but we had to like put that out there for sure, because like I'm not trying to get caught up in no fucking like I mean, we did not get caught up, but like I don't want no opinions made. I want to set this shit straight before shit goes to public. Yeah, that's the deal. That's the rundown. We're gonna go have
guys his name, his number, his contact information. Go flood him up.
We literally have
like, who are you?
We'll wait until after he pays for the car, and then we'll give you guys the info. Because, yeah, this shit's fucked. This shit is fucked.
No, well, I've said this before, but yes, you should absolutely dox Nazis to their places of work, make them economically fucking destitute. Absolutely. Again, like, the only way you treat Nazis is by socially fucking ostracizing them. Basically saying that they are not allowed to be participants within society because they do not fundamentally believe in society. So, okay, if you don't fundamentally believe, all right, bye. Like, you don't deserve to participate then. Like, fuck off. Fuck these people, right? Fuck the Nazis.
Okay, I'm ready for a cocktail.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, bye guys.
They just wanted a cocktail, and then ended up transporting a neo-Nazi to the hospital. Nah, it is what it is. But yeah, fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. This is what happens when you decide to be an agent fucking provocateur for the president. And is the president really going to give much of a flying fuck? He's probably going to step in to do anything about this? Probably not. Because, again, these people are all a bunch of lonely, sad fucking weirdos who are just mad about the fact that Stacy chose Chad or Tyrone over them in either university or fucking high school, and then go down the sort of neo-Nazi sort of alt-right pipeline. Whatever name you can come up with it. But yeah, the only way you can treat these people is by bullying them. You cannot have rapport with these people. These people are all demons. They are all terrible. And they deserve to be fucking bullied. And socially ostracized. Like, I'm going to be quite honest here. Fuck Nazis. They are dog shit. They are completely worthless. And deserve to be treated like the scum of the earth that they always are. Don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck around and find out, Jake Lang. It turns out the people really fucking hate neo-Nazis. Nice. All right. Really need to take a shower. My hair is very, very fucking greasy and shit. Do that tomorrow. Anyhow. Let's get started with this shit right here. Following your dreams, your passions, your innermost desires. Something that is, broadly speaking, dead. Especially if it's something within the arts or teaching or something, broadly speaking, that does not have the ultimate utility of being able to contribute to the sort of, I was going to say malaise. Probably not malaise. The sort of soup that is the current tech gig work economy. Which, I've talked about these concepts before, but there is a very, very simple reason for as to why the economy is in the state that it is right now. It is an attempted to transition to the more corporate oligarchic power. Something that both the Democrats and the Republicans are having a hand in essentially aiding in terms of its transition. Of course, this is a preamble. I've not watched Kamikaze Short Buses videos before, but I've seen this particular thumbnail make the rounds as well as the title of this video. Talking about, well, mostly like people making fun of her, I assume, of the fact that, what's up, Alex? Of the fact that she decided to follow her passion for art and is now unemployed as a result. The problem, simply put, is if the current capitalist economy sees your use value as not being explicitly useful to the broader sort of economic forces of production, you will be chewed up and spit out. She's not a tech worker, for example, right? Well, definitely has much less use value in the broader sort of human capital economics sort of side. Labor economics, generally speaking. This is also something that Marx, I think, brings up within Capital, although I'm not exactly quoting perfectly here. He brings up also, like, labor value as well, what workers are meant to offer. And if they are broadly seen as use values that are not useful to the broader sort of makeup of the current economy, they are broadly speaking discarded and are seen as useless. Passion, fundamentally speaking, for the arts, for literature, culture, these are things that are not seen to our current sort of oligarchs and systems of hyper commodification as a broadly sort of very useful thing to contribute within the economy. Like, again, does she know fucking Python? Does she know how to script? Does she know how to use to build network infrastructure? Probably not. If her passion is for art specifically, and as a result became unemployed for it. So, no. Well, therefore, you are seen as basically useless within the economy, or at the very least underemployed. Lots of underemployed people. There was a video we went over specifically by, I believe the individual's name is Ray of Sunshine. Very, very solid video talking about the disaster that is the current labor market right now within the United States and in just North America in general, right? And I'm saying this, ladies, gentlemen, and those in between, that it is really, really bad. But with the current hyper-commodified, wannabe tech thiefdom oligarchy that is trying to be built by people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Jeff Bezos, all these like tech oligarch weirdos. Someone who's trying to be very, very good at producing art, or drawing, or Photoshop, or whatever, what have you, is going to be seen as an undesirable. Someone who does not contribute to the main overall economy that is desired to be built by these current broligarchs. I've not seen this video, obviously. I'm sort of operating off of an assumption here, but this is kind of my guess. essentially the idea of how the current economy kills passion, kills desire. Because overall, what people in power want from you is to be just smart enough to operate the machines, but wholeheartedly incapable of being able to think critically for as to why this is the case. And just to essentially grind you down to the position of being nothing more than a little drone. Also, like, I see that time I married a Holocaust denier. I guess she just does, like, story time videos or something. I guess she's not a big fan of Hitler, so, you know, I guess there's that.
We're gonna do a little show and tell today. This is my college degree. Wow, look at that.
Wow.
It says, Bachelor's of Fine Arts in Digital Production. Isn't that cool? Isn't that pretty sweet? I've got a bachelor's degree.
Digital production, I guess, like, for Photoshop and stuff like that, right? If I were to take digital art. Yeah, that degree is completely fucking useless. Even my degree, to a certain extent, is completely fucking useless. And I graduated with a Bachelor of IT.
Probably one of my most frequently asked questions is how I got to be this. Why am I 32 years old and unemployed if I've got a bachelor's degree? Am I stupid for getting a bachelor's degree in art? Are all BFAs useless? Why did everybody get laid off? Is the 3D industry viable? Did 9/11 happen, or was that just clever VFX compositing? Should you be a 3D artist? Am I good at compositing? Am I responsible for 9/11? There are a lot of little events that transpired over the last couple of years that resulted in me being broke and living with my parents again. Some of them are definitely my fault. Some of them are due to pretty predatory practices.
Wait, what is this?
For VFX compositing. Should you be a 3D artist? Am I good at compositing? Am I responsible for 9/11?
Oh, by the way, animation on YouTube, for example, except for a few select channels who were grandfathered in because of the early animation boom that happened in YouTube, basically fucking dead, especially with the new monetization schemes that exist now within YouTube. Being able to, because I'm going to tell you right now, animation YouTubers, they are never going to be able to make 10-minute fucking videos to be able to run ads on all of their videos. Not fucking happening, okay? That's a lot of time. That is incredibly fucking expensive, okay? Not everyone can make a movie quality-like production like fucking Astartes, okay? Not happening. And that even Astartes in and of itself took a very, very long time to make manifest. The algorithm hates animators because they do not spend... they spend a lot of time to make relatively short videos. Turns out animation is the consecutive drawings of a lot of still images that are put together into an animation. That's how it works with a lot of indie animators. Indie animators make a lot of fantastic fucking stuff. Great, great stuff. Plenty of individuals that you can suggest out there for, I don't know, people who have been successful in indie animation. Listen. One of my favorites, Carbot. Why? I like StarCraft. I'm a fan of Carbot. So much so that he got to work with Blizzard to make his own, like, mod, which was basically a skin. Very, very cool. Love that. Very good. I like Carbot. Random example, right? The algorithm fucking hates these people because they are seen and deprioritized within the algorithm because they don't make videos that are long enough to run advertisements on there, which means their money potential to generate money is not as good for YouTube, so they get deprioritized. And there's a lot of complicated sort of reasonings and policy decisions that YouTube has made in order to make it such that that is the case. Again, killing of passion.
Events that transpired over the last couple of years that resulted in me being broke and living with my parents again. Some of them are definitely my fault. Some of them...
Hey, sorry, but I don't remember what you asked me to change on the textures yesterday because I straight up wasn't paying attention. I'm quitting. I hate this job. This is the ugliest character model I've ever had to make, but I guess that's just what happens when you sell out and use Midjourney to generate stolen Midjourney, by the way, that's AI shit, right? Another thing, I've seen a bunch of animators on Twitter talk about this before, right? AI, and we've been seeing a lot more of these, like, AI animations. They are starting to get significantly better. We all remember, like, 2 years ago, Will Smith eating the fucking spaghetti. It looked like complete dog shit, and now it looks a lot cleaner. You can still tell that it's AI, but it's only going to further improve further and further and further. BB No Money, great example here. There was a clip of him at TwitchCon, I believe, where an animator who lost her fucking job recently and was about to go fucking destitute went up to him and said, like, oh, I just made these pictures of you guys and I just drew you guys like instantly. And he was just like, you just did that like right now while we were just hanging out here? And she's like, yeah, I did that. And BB No Money was so blown away by that talent and how she did that, and basically like the time span of about like 1 minute. It's just like, holy fuck. Jesus Christ, that's incredible. Hires her right on the fucking spot. And she's obviously like blown away and sort of shocked by this, right? And now she's been hired by BB No Money and makes animations for him, probably for like music videos and stuff like that. It's great. It's fantastic. There should be more people like BB No Money. We don't live in that sort of paradigm at this moment. And a lot of animators, a lot more artists who do not get as lucky, do not get caught within the algorithm, are going to be slated to have their passions and their sort of dreams be snubbed, destroyed by an uncaring, unthinking system that is trying to use technology to essentially be away with them. Unironically. This is part of the point of trying to use all of these AI, sort of like the Midjourneys and Soras of the world. It is to try to destroy animation and art in general. There's a reason why conservatives love AI in general, because they hate art. Simply put. Use Midjourney to generate stolen character concepts that end up looking like horrible little blobby nightmares instead of hiring human hands to make drawings for you. It's just a conflict of interest for me. I feel dirty working here. Nobody in this industry cares about what real art is anymore. This is a fact. Welcome to capitalism. Welcome to capitalist realism. All aspects of human existence, of human life, must be monetized. Hypercommodification is what this is called. Obviously, capitalist realism's main sort of premise is talking about how no one can think that there is any other system possible besides the one that we currently have right now, but it talks about hypercommodification within there, and that as a part of a byproduct for us to why we have gotten to this position. Capitalist fucking Realism by Mark Fisher. Read that fucking book. Broadly speaking, every aspect of every person must be monetized by these people. They are not going to be happy with just some of the money. They are not going to be happy until they have all of the money. It is all fundamentally about power for these people, first and foremost. It's all just about what kind of soulless product you can manufacture for a profit. I'm tired of taking goofy orders from people that don't understand rudimentary character design principles or even basic human anatomy. Every day I open this Substance Painter file, a little bit of my soul crumbles away, and I just can't do it anymore. Why are you guys using Substance Painter for hand-painted textures anyways? That's what 3D Coat is for. Oh my god. Peace out. And guess what? Current capitalist economy decided to chew her up and spit her out. It's unfortunate.
Are due to pretty predatory practices in the industry at large, and some of them are just because the economy is really, really bad, and I just wanted to talk about that. A lot of you that watch my content are doing so because you've recently enrolled in a VFX production program yourself, or you're thinking about it, or perhaps you're in the same situation as me and you're trying to do an autopsy on what the hell happened here. It's hard to get the full truth out of people who participate in the industry because a lot of them have some pretty bad stock.
So I guess my predictions within my preamble ended up being correct. This is going to be about the economy. Should have probably also mentioned AI, because she's a 3D animator, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the current economy is really... When was this released? Oh, 2025. Woof. Yeah, 2025. Oh, and she also hates the American healthcare system. God damn, dude. Holy shit. Married a fucking Holocaust denier, and her mom fucking passed away? Jesus Christ. I feel bad, dude. The economy is bad for a lot of very, very complicated reasonings. Like I mentioned before, there is an attempt to basically create a the new sort of oligarchic system that seeks to simply just take people and grind them away into nothing. A killing of passion. They want people to essentially be nothing more than little drones who contribute to their stock portfolios. Also, fuck you, Boy Meets Mini.
Syndrome about it. Even I used to be pretty cagey about admitting how bad things really were. But just like Neo and Matrix, I've been butt-chugging red pills for a while now, and I'm here to save you from yourself. I'm here to potentially save you from yourself and the lies that these people in the industry will tell you, so you can sacrifice all of your free time and your humanity for something that is no more cinematically complex than the B-movie. When I was a kid, I always really liked drawing. Unfortunately, I was also very, very stupid. I got mostly C's, D's, and F's throughout high school, and I don't even think I graduated with a 3.0. It was probably below that, I'd say. I always hated school. I hated anything that didn't have anything to do with art or band. I ended up getting into a state college. Not any of the cool ones. The ones that you go to when you're too stupid for the cool ones, or you just live close by. And
certified. So, yeah, autistic fixation specifically on art. Listen, girl. That's me with Pokemon and Factorio. I'm sorry, she's not stupid, though. Yeah, like, I don't think she's stupid. Like, she just has a talent. She preferred to just, like, engage with that talent. It's not necessarily her fault, per se, that the system that's currently in place right now seeks to essentially just create her into a functioning little worker bee for some corporation somewhere. This isn't really her fault in particular. This is a systemic issue.
And you don't want to have to deal with dorm life. I was hoping they would have 2D animation, and of course they did not. So I took something that was like tangential to animation, but not really. It was kind of studying film and kind of wasting a lot of time at modern art museums, but you know, it was the best I could get at the time. Going to a 4-year university is a stupid meme, by the way. Your first 2 years are going to be spent doing essentially another 2 years of high school where you have to take general ed only, and you're not going to be able to take anything that actually relates to the thing that you're studying. So you're better off going to a community college instead of wasting a bunch of money at a 4-year. Finally, my first 2 years were up, and I got to take my first art class. I get to class for the first time, and our art teacher is this very leathery man with a low-cut white blouse and a bad toupee who is handing out pieces of butcher paper and little gummy worms to everybody that walks into the door. This mother says,
"Okay, everybody, I'm going to dim the lights now, and we're gonna put the gummy worms into our mouths, and then we're all going to sketch how the gummy worms feel wriggling on our tongues."
I dropped out of college the next day.
Okay, that's a little fucking weird. Okay, strange. Listen, I don't necessarily agree with her prescriptions here in terms of like 4-year universities, but here's the sort of thing here. I mean, it depends on the program, right? I assume, again, since she was an art major, right? She showed her bachelor's of arts. The thing is specifically with what she is going into, art, animation, blah, 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 that's generally seen as less valuable. So less investment is going to go into those departments because nobody wants a bunch of liberal, prissy-ass fucking art students just, like, milling about, not contributing to the economy. Line must go up for the tech company. That is significantly more important, right? That's the main sort of issue here. The fundamental basis of the economy is not meant to serve people. It is meant to serve a very select few oligarchic fucking pedophilic assholes that are currently at the top seeking to exploit people for their, well, labor.
As a Chad Andrew Loomis enjoyer at the time, I could tell with 100% certainty that the longer I spent in that place, the more of my own time I was going to waste. The next 4 years were a blur. I don't know what the fuck I did. I think I got married. I think I was married for a little while. That's a story for another time. A very traumatizing story. I'm divorced now. If you feel like you're...
It's right there. She was married to a Holocaust denier. Oh dear.
Your 20s, it's because you are, but so is everybody else, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's my sagely advice for you youngins out there. I applied to other schools that I thought might have had decent art programs, but I kept getting rejected because my GPA still wasn't good enough. Eventually, in late 2015, my dad comes up to me and says, "Hey, I found you an art school that doesn't care about that time you flunked geometry in high school, or that other time you flunked algebra too." And that's how I ended up at Noman. I'm still of the opinion that art school should generally be avoided in this economy, but let's say you must absolutely go to an art school. Like, let's say your parents are just all over your dick about getting that degree, like that piece of shit I threw on the ground earlier in the video, and you really, really want to do 3D art, then just go to Noman. The cool thing about Noman is that every teacher there is an industry professional, and you can go there to make friends with these people. Why is that important? Because the entertainment industry is one that is built heavily on nepotism. Heavily. Like, do not underestimate that. I'm not saying just go there and be a kiss ass or anything. That's really cringe, and people can always tell when you're doing that. I mean, go actually make friends with people. I met my best friend at Noman, and you're listening to his music right now, so you never know when people are just going to come and collect for you. I could go back in time, though. Instead of taking the full program, I would just take individual courses, because the cost of any art school was kind of crazy. That, combined with living in Los Angeles, was not a great time for my parents' wallet. Also, depending on what you want to do in the industry.
Yeah. Hey, LA. Whoa, guys. Byproducts of the economy not working for people, working for mostly only corporate. Oh, what's crazy, guys? I don't know, dude. Like, it's one of those things where I feel like I'm just going to be constantly reiterating the same point over and over again. The reason why passion, generally speaking, and people's dreams get killed in general is for one reason and one reason only. Because the economy is constructed in a way at the moment that, well, it's not meant to serve you. Simply put, it's meant to serve a very select few billionaires and corporations and a bunch of fucking assholes at the top. The state does this. Obviously, the corporations only act within their own interests. Billionaires only act within their own interests. And basically, all of those with any form of vestige of power just go along with it, right? Because guess what? They have the money. They have the ability to sort of just bribe and corrupt and destroy all of these vaunted institutions that liberals pretend to fucking care so much about. And it just makes it such that passion dies. Because people need money to be able to survive. If these things are not, unless you get like really fucking lucky somehow, like a few select like Twitter artists or whatever, and you're able to like market yourself effectively in order to be able to get constant commissions, you're basically fucked. Like most artists online don't really make all that much money, don't really have all that much relevance. They're barely scraping by, and they still have to work a fucking job in order to be able to survive. Again, this is how the current hyper-commodified system that we find ourselves under is meant to do one thing only. Grind your bones into dust so then you can lubricate a fucking machine in some factory somewhere. Or at this point, for a fucking data center.
Some of the classes there just aren't necessary. Like, I had to take 2 rigging classes. I don't remember anything about rigging. I hate rigging, and I've never had to use it a single time in production. Anytime I was asked to do anything related to rigging, I just said...
Also, by the way, education's also purposefully made fucking terrible. You can thank Reagan and Bush for that.
No, I'm not doing that shit. Sorry. Cool industry tip. If you don't actually want to do something, all you have to do is be born a decently attractive girl, and then you probably don't have to do it. Other than Noman, I would just avoid going to art school entirely, because if you go anywhere else, you're probably going to end up with a degree in advanced McDonald studies. This mainly pertains to 3D, though. If you're doing 2D, then I don't really know what the situation is as far as higher education goes, but, 2D doesn't really rely heavily on different types of software the way that 3D does.
Boy Meets Mini. Like, all of these are just fundamentally built on a bunch of connections and luck. Unfortunately, I do not have either connections or luck, so I'm completely fucked.
So, you should just get YouTube videos for that. Like, I'm not a 2D illustrator professionally by any means, but I can draw and paint decently enough for the kind of stupid shit I like to post online just to amuse myself, and I was able to do that by just training myself via YouTube tutorials. So you'd be surprised the kind of things that you can find online to bolster your education for free. After years of grinding, blood, sweat, and tears, in that time a homeless man followed me home with his wiener out because I lived in Los Angeles, I finally got my degree. Up until that point, art school was the hardest I'd ever worked in my life, and it paid off. The stuff I could make was pretty damn cool, and I'd even won an award just for being a tryhard. I wasn't just the village dumbass that struggled with long division anymore. I could use Maya. I was a juggernaut at stuff that I actually enjoyed doing for the first time in my life. So you'd think it'd be smooth sailing from there. All I'd have to do is go...
It's her autistic fixation. She's autism maxing. Let's go.
To jobs and go to interviews in person and in close proximity to other people while shaking their hands. And
oh, she graduated during COVID. Listen, sister. Same here. I also graduated during COVID. Now, obviously, I was a bit better off in comparison because I graduated in IT. And remote work was basically a pretty seamless transition for my industry in particular, right? So for me, it was just merely a matter of just finding something eventually. I found a help desk center job, because if you're in IT, that's where you always get your fucking start, is in help desk. Did that for about a year, found a new job, basically went up further in the chain, more or less, and worked on some differing projects. That's my story. Then I got caught in a big firing wave that happened in Canada because of the economy going to shit, because of the housing crisis and a bunch of other reasons. Don't need to get into that right now. And now I have not found a job in 15 months because the economy is still really fucking bad.
And making physical contact in the same room, breathing the same air. My graduation ceremony was in December of 2019, and 2 months later, the entire world fell apart. And
I didn't even go to mine, right? You were supposed to like go to, I already left Ottawa at this point. I didn't bother going back to get my cap or anything. I do not have my gown. I do not have my cap. The only thing that I technically have is my degree because they have to mail that to you.
Weeks to stop the spread turned into 2 months, and I wasn't sure what to even do with myself. Suddenly, studios figured out that people were just as competent working from home as they were from an office, and everybody was getting these little coof bucks checks from the government, and people wanted to spend their coof bucks on movies and TV and video games because there was nothing else to do. And just like that, jobs were everywhere, and then my introverted ass didn't have to spend any time in an office pretending like I didn't have weapons-grade Asperger's, and that was really fantastic for me, but that's also the reason why there aren't any jobs now, but we'll talk about that later. Fun fact, I've never worked in person in an office before, and I don't know if this had a negative or a positive impact on my career as a whole, but I just think that if I ever had to spend time working physically in the same geographic location as the people I would eventually end up meeting in the industry, I think I'd have assault charges on my record by now.
I don't want to even fucking imagine if I ever have to go into an office or anything. I'd probably want to die. I'd be like, ugh, God, commuting. I'm already I'm enough of a road rager to begin with. I'll be quite honest. I despise commuting and being on the road because. If you know anything about Canadian drivers, God, they are fucking dog shit. And there's a lot of complicated reasonings for as to why that's the case, but topic for another day. Just the mere thought of having to... the hybrid stuff probably won't be as bad. I like... The problem that I have with, like, a lot of corporate sort of environments is the fakeness of it all. It's very fake. It's an act. It's a performance. To basically try to appeal to a bunch of people. Like, listen, I'd rather just sit down, shut up, stay in my fucking lane, and be in my fucking corner. That's, like, literally it. I don't get the devaluing of art as a profession, though. It used to be done under patronage to monarchs, America's greatest export other than empires, media, and culture. Well, the thing is that a lot of people just don't give a fuck about having legacy for themselves, right? The reason why monarchs would hire artists to draw paintings of them constantly or have like statues of them, legacy, right? But now with like automated recordings and stuff like that and media, that doesn't really have to happen as much anymore. At this point, it just becomes like a tax venture for most of these people, right? That's why a lot of modern art is created. Philanthropic, like billionaires and shit like that, use art as a way to, well, launder taxes, launder money, right? That's like the sort of general point of art nowadays, which again, mostly just still stems from the main overall position that I have, is the fact that the current hyper-commodified system that we find ourselves under is meant to do what exactly? Kill your passion, kill your desire, in order for you to be a good little worker bee for a corporation.
Doing art as a career for a corporation, for studios, for other people is just so soul-sucking. Trying to turn something that I loved into a commodity is probably the biggest mistake that I've ever made in my life. These studios know that you love what you do, that this is your dream job, and they'll take advantage of that because they know at the end of the day, you'd be doing this shit for free because you love it. Getting paid to do something you already like is a bonus because you'd be doing this anyway. And oh, on top of that, what's this? You get the privilege of working on the IP that you like the most? Whoa! Now you're getting paid at bragging rights, isn't that cool? Now do 6 months of unpaid overtime and you're fired. It's easy to replace you too because there's thousands of other bright-eyed and bushy-tailed fanboys out there that would love to slave away for the big IP for less money and for longer. Dream jobs are...
by the way, not to even mention, there will be a lot of fucking kiss asses and suck-ups about that shit. 1000%. And I'm going to also reference to the Urgently Firing video that we watched talking about how, generally speaking, when a lot of boomers talk about this generation currently being lazy, it's like, no, this generation is just simply sick and tired of being exploited. We are tired of the act that are corporations, like the whole sort of like mentality, like we're all just a family, we have a common goal, nah, fuck that bullshit, okay? No one gives a flying fuck about any of that stuff, okay? No one believes any of that stuff. No one cares about the overly sort of consumerist nature of what the current economy is right now. It just makes everything fucking worse when all these corporations just want to do everything possible, and I mean everything possible, in order to suck up every penny possible in order to be able to just throw it at a tax haven somewhere and just let it sit there and rot. It turns out it doesn't build a very, very stable economy, and people are not really able to participate as well within that sort of paradigm. It becomes a lot more challenging and complicated. For what reasons exactly? Line has to go up by 0.2% each and every single year. Otherwise, we go out of business. Seems like, again, the Ouroboros of capitalism, of eternal growth, is still consistently eating itself. That's the general problem here.
That corporations shill to keep you working a 9 to 5 for the most part. I think if I were a really famous and rich YouTuber and I could afford a plastic surgery to make my eyes less huge and creepy, that would be really cool. Like and subscribe. I found out pretty quickly that doing art for a studio is just a glorified office job in which the paycheck you get is incongruent to the amount of work that you're actually doing. You know, this is just my opinion, of course. I have friends that still love this shit, but for me,
Yeah, she's talking about specifically within her own industry. This is every industry. Like, it's all of them. It's meant to be soul-sucking. It's meant to destroy you, and people are kind of sick of it.
I've never really had a pleasant experience in this field outside of making personal work just for me. I have some stories. I'm not going to tell you which studios these occurred at specifically for legal reasons. Some of these places can be unbelievably petty, and I'm not trying to deal with that shit. Like I said earlier about
NDAs.
6 months of unpaid overtime. That wasn't an exaggeration. That was a real thing that happened to me. In that 6 months, there was like a 2-month period where I didn't even have a weekend off, and I was just working 7 days a week just to keep up with this crazy delivery schedule that some psychopath pulled out of their ass. And I was making a lot of money, sure, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't even human anymore. I was just a workhorse. I was just a number on a spreadsheet. I didn't even have time to enjoy all the money I was making, and then eventually I would get laid off, and I'd have to get that money to last me for the next 2 years.
This is the exact... By the way, this isn't just in the art. This is every industry. It is meant to grind you down into a hollow shell, so then you are more willing to accept the exact same thing. You know, the sort of like Stockholm syndrome of like, yes sir, may I please have more? May I please have more grinding work that is meant to hack away at my soul inherently, right? And by the way, this is a really good description of the games industry, right? A bunch of corporate executives, complete fucking dipshits who barely understand what the market wants, barely understands what is necessary to be successful in creating a good fucking product, an artistic product, that being a video game, of course, because they simply care about one thing and one thing only. Making as much money as fucking possible. That's it. To funnel it more to a bunch of executives, the board of directors, the CEO. Give them nice, cushy little paychecks when they eventually leave.
While the layoffs were occurring and gigs were few and far between, and now it's all gone. I always thought when I got a 9 to 5 job, it would be great because I'd have just a bunch of free time in my after hours, but the after hours often never came, and when they did come, I was just too tired to really do much of anything except maybe watch TV. Just a reminder for this little overtime in particular, I was getting paid for my job, but I wasn't getting paid for the overtime. I was just expected to do it or else I'd get canned. Certainly I could have quit at any time, but I have this problem as an artist, and I think a lot of other artists have.
By the way, if a corporation in Canada, for example, was not paying you overtime, you can sue the fuck out of them, right? That's a labor violation. But I'm not exactly sure what it is within the United States, especially because it probably varies industry to industry. Maybe, like, she could sue the shit out of them to get that fucking pay. Is it worthwhile to do that? I don't really know. I'm assuming that she's probably not a part of a union, so it'd be really, really difficult to go ahead with a lawsuit like that. Probably doesn't have many... the ability to operate with a lot of labor rights. Because, I mean, again, there are strong unions within LA for the writers and also a lot of the theater workers as well. I'm not really sure what it's like for 3D artists. I'm going to assume that it's probably shit. And it's almost non-existent. Boy Meets Mini, could you fill me in on that specifically? Because we're talking about LA here in particular, right? I'm assuming... Because I'm thinking like SAG-AFTRA and also the Writing Guild as well. I'm operating under the assumption that for artists, they would fall under... Is it SAG-AFTRA that they would fall under? I'm not 100% certain, to be honest.
Problem too, I just don't like quitting. I don't like giving up. And we've all made the mistake of thinking, oh wow, super cool, well-known AP. If I stay there, everybody in my life will respect me more. So anytime I got a gig like this, I would stay like a battered 50s housewife, geeked up on barbiturates. So in this industry, contrary to popular belief, you're going to be working with a lot of people who are not artists. And those people are going to be telling you how to do your job. The time I was working at the studio where we more or less did not get to have the final say in any artistic decisions, the investors / publishers did. Usually it's more of like a back and forth thing where the artists give the art to the investors and the investors look at it and they're like, oh, I don't know, how many monies will I just put in my wallet? And then the artist can more or less convince the investors that things are fine if they make a few small changes. This was not the case at this studio. One day out of the blue, about 8 months into the production, the publishers came in and decided that they hated the entire style of what we were making, and we were told to start over from the ground up. So every character model I'd made up until that point, bang, zoom, to moon. I remember sitting in a Zoom meeting with one of these people as they were examining my character models, which were totally fine, like a week prior to that, by the way. And this bitch said, oh, it's not so much the thickness of it so much as it is the curvature. And I'm like, in my head, what the f does that mean? And they couldn't like give us examples of the style that they wanted, and we had issues keeping a concept artist.
By the way, this is the exact, like, I'm going to use the same analogy again. This is the exact same shit that Stephanie Sterling mentions consistently in their videos. All the fucking goddamn time. Corporate mismanagement. Not only does it happen in the games industry, although they mostly talk about the games industry, but anything that has sort of cultural output. Consistent mismanagement, because why? These people care about one thing and one thing only, and that is, how can we use this to turn a profit? Which is just like, here's the problem with artwork, animation, or what have you. The sort of mentality of always just thinking about how can this only be serving me in order to be able to make profit is inherently the biggest issue here, generally fucking speaking, right? The fact that the only thing, because you can't just like, again, I think I've talked about this before. The profit motive for something like artwork, I think, is just nonsensical. Now, I understand why artists need to make a fucking profit. They gotta be able to also pay rent and put food on the table, pay their fucking goddamn bills. We currently live under capitalism, of course. And it's really, really fucking dog shit. It really is. It is one of those things, right? Like, the main overall point that I'm going to be talking about here, it's a killer of passion. It's a killer of your dream, because it's just like, what's the point of me spending all this time drawing and all this shit if there's some like dumbass at the top who can just be like, nah, this is all fucking dog shit because of, I don't know, I think of this sort of like design here is just not good because of these like sort of various reasons. It's not like marketed well enough, blah blah blah, it's not exactly what we want, yada yada yada. And here's the thing, do all these like executives and managers, they know exactly what's happening in terms of the dynamics of the workplace environment? Probably not. They have no fucking idea. If someone from on high just looks at a concept of what's being drawn right now by a team, they just look at it and say like, nah, it's probably shit, fuck it, who cares, it's probably going to make me enough money, how's this going to make me enough money? And if that pitch is not effective enough to those investors or to those shareholders or whatever, they can just essentially scrap an entire project, say, fuck it, it's not worth it, we're going to move on to doing something else, or just completely revamp everything. Again, the main overall problem here is the current system that is put in place right now that doesn't give much of a flying fuck at all in terms of being able to put out a product or creative endeavor for the sake of creative endeavor. It's all about the fucking money.
Because these people kept coming in and not liking the concept artist. So it was like a revolving door of people who would just get told that their art wasn't what our production was looking for. And it got to the point where we just had people.
Same thing happens with game developers as well. You work on a fucking project for a couple months or something, you get thrown out because, it wasn't exactly what we were looking for. And then just look for another dude, right? It becomes a whole revolving door. Which, by the way, this is very, very fucking unstable, right? Because again, it's exploitative by nature, because like Kamikaze Short Bus herself also mentioned, there are a bunch of bright-eyed, starry-eyed people with hope and passion and dreams within their eyes that these people that are manipulators, all of these people are fucking manipulators, you know, the executives, board of directors, managers, all all these bourgeois pieces of fucking shit know that these people are going to want to stick with it for a while because they know that they can exploit their passion for, broadly speaking, just sort of as, like, not as long as they can, for as long as they can, generally speaking. Yeah, they're ghouls, they eat human souls. And by the way, here's the thing. Their parents, and I'm going to talk about parents here specifically right now, also contribute to this propaganda. The whole propaganda throughout the like the Gen Xers have been drilled in with, like, throughout the 70s and the 80s of, like, yeah, you're like, you need to be self-made, you need to be willing to be able to put rubber to the road, you need to, I don't know, like, grind it out and take a bunch of bullshit, because guess what, this is the real world, this is how shit works. It's the same thing with a lot of grind culture as well, right? Like, you are expected to take very, very little, and you're gonna fucking like it. When that is not very conducive to being able to build a sustainable foundation for society. It is inherently destructive. It is inherently going to make it such that very, very few people can benefit quite heavily from exploiting a bunch of people.
People in the studio that could not draw, that were giving concept art to me and telling me to model it. And they were like, oh, what if you did it like this? And I was like, oh, what if I didn't? If I was your mom, I wouldn't hang this shit up on my fridge. Now you're probably thinking, hey, you're getting paid regardless. Just put the fries in the bag, little bro. Correct. See, this is a me problem that I have in this industry. I just can't phone it in like that. I do not like submitting work that I think is shitty. I do not like making ugly character models. I want to make stuff that looks cool. Having an emotional attachment to the stuff you make is rough and pretty counterproductive to your work, but it's just something that I personally cannot get over. I just can't do the, oh, just make the slop and get paid sort of thing. I can't. When I make art, I always want...
Yeah, 1,000 fucking %. Now listen, I'm not going to pretend to say that what I make is great or whatever in terms of the content, and that I put out a ton of quality shit. Look, I'm a big shit talker on the fucking internet, okay? I see a thing, in terms of politics or the news, I talk a lot of fucking shit. That's what I fucking do, okay? I'm a shit talker. I like to think that I provide some effective analysis while I'm talking a bunch of shit. I see some dumbass fucking bullshit. I talk about how it's a bunch of dumbass fucking bullshit. I provide my reasonings here, right? It's slop. Sure, relatively speaking. I can totally understand where she's coming from. If I was passionate and working on a thing that I liked, right, that I enjoy, so far I've not really had that position quite yet, where I was working on a thing that I really, really liked. I mean, like, I guess I can use the example of, like, Factorio or Pokemon. If I'm trying to construct a team, I will spend a very, very long time doing tweaks, simulations, calculations to make sure that it is absolutely perfect and it accomplishes the goal that I want to do, right? Like, Boy Meets Mini, you can probably attest to this. If I'm doing Elite Four runs and hard ROM hacks, I'm going to spend a couple hours just combing through movesets, combing through calculations, and thinking about, like, okay, what is the most effective team of 6 can I use to beat 30 Pokemon in a row? Well, we have to do this, blah, 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 this thing is good here, yada, 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 and then I come up with something, and then it's like, okay, well, so long as I execute properly on my plans, we should be, generally speaking, okay, and we should win, right? All it comes down to is execution. What I've come up with, I think, is good enough, and I think is going to be sort of okay, and I'm going to be capable of performing to the level that I, need to, or whatever, to be able to accomplish, right? We've had very, very long Elite Four runs for very, very complicated games. I mean, like, the stream for Pokemon Emerald Imperium's Elite Four run was about 6 hours long. I was playing Pokemon the whole time. I think half of it was me spending time just building the team that was going to win. I digress. I'm going off on a little bit of a ramble here. This is the sort of, like, general problem here. How the current economy cannot stand passion. It does not want passion. It does not want soul. It does not want people's dreams. All it cares about is making the line go up on that Stark portfolio up by about another 0.5% over each quarter. That's literally all that they fucking care about. Again, the fact that passion, generally speaking, is sort of trying to be monetized for the express purpose of making a bunch of people money at the top. I'm going to keep reiterating this over and over again. For a bunch of people up at the top who do not care about you and would prefer to see you suffer in a ditch is the general sort of problem that a lot of people are having. And again, like I do want to be positive about this. And I think that this is a paradigm that is shifting, right? People are broadly speaking understanding that the current systems that are put in place do not care about them and simply see them as numbers on a spreadsheet. They do not see them as human. They do not care about their passions, their inner desires or thoughts or whatever. They are merely numbers meant to help a very select few people gain a bunch more money. That's literally it. And people are, broadly speaking, having discussions about how they are sick and tired of it. Now, it's kind of cringy. It's silly with, like, say, the anti-work stuff. Yeah, sure, whatever. But the discussions are starting. And some people are taking notes. The Japanese, for example, like Microsoft in Japan, tested out 4-day work weeks, 32-hour weeks. It's been a huge success in terms of the health of their workers. And they are looking to potentially try to implement it in a lot more locations. It certainly has been working for the Japanese. But again, the current vestiges of power that we exist under fundamentally care about only one subset of people. And that's those rich assholes at the top.
To do a good job, it's art. That's what it's for. It should look nice. This is the part where it's kind of sort of also not a me problem, because let's say you're working on something for Studio A and it looks like shit because of like the design or time constraints or whatever, and then that gig ends and then you're applying for work at Studio B and then Studio B is like, hey, what did you do at Studio A? And then you have to show them and it's horse turd from the Pinocchio movie again. God damn it, I'm not an entitled little baby. I'll make the ugly asset at the end of the day. My entire portfolio at this point is full of ugly little assets, but as I'm doing this, I take 1d4 psychic damage every single time, and eventually when there's no more HP left, I'm burnt out. And that's more or less how my last job ended. I wasn't even fired from that one. It was a miracle I got that job at all because it was 2024 and all the layoffs were in full swing, and getting work was extremely competitive at this point. It was an extremely lucky coincidence because I happened to have two friends from two different friend groups
That's when I got
at the
laid
same studio
off
that happened to both think of me
2024.
for that role. Again, reiterating the importance of making friends. But the concept for what we were making was really stupid, and I was pulling all of this unpaid overtime again because I had this displacement map error that I'd never encountered before, and apparently neither had anybody else at that office. And this just made the ugly character that I was modeling even uglier because I couldn't fix it. And I was given like AI bullshit again to use for reference for some already pretty bad concept art, and I just thought, why am I even here? What the hell am I doing with my life? I entered this career path because I thought I wanted my 9-to-5 job to be something I actually liked doing, but I hated this, and I'd probably have a more fulfilling and fun experience counting the spokes on my own asshole. I wasn't making the stuff that inspired me. This wasn't Wall-E, it wasn't Coraline. They don't even make stuff like that anymore because Hollywood prefers to play it safe and make slop. And also, there were no other jobs anyway, so I just quit. But why?
Again, like, Hollywood loves their fucking nostalgia cuckoldry. Why? It's all about making line go up. That's it. Like, same point. Over and over and over again. It's the economy, stupid. It really, really is the economy, stupid. Like, it's only going to get exacerbated and much worse with the current administration that's in power right now. One big, beautiful bill, for example, tax cuts for the rich, about $1 trillion have been funneled up into the upper echelons of society. What do they cut in order to do that? Oh, the social safety nets that are already threadbare within the United States of America. Making, again, everything much worse for the bottom 50%. Like, what's the statistic again that like Bernie Sanders consistently mentions? Like, 3 families own more wealth than about the bottom 50% of Americans. That's really fucking bad. Elon Musk is slated to become the world's first trillionaire, perhaps by like 2027. Like, let me like just real quick, Elon Musk net worth. Dude, no one man, especially this schizophrenic Nazi, should have this much fucking cash and this much fucking power. This is genuinely fucking insane. What is he gonna fucking do with this shit? Nothing. It's just gonna sit in stock and just like mill about and do nothing. But the fact that we're now having discussions of the world's first trillionaire. There's already $1 trillion companies, multiple $1 trillion companies. But one guy having $1 trillion should really lay at people's feet that, guys, there might be some problems with how money is distributed within society right now. I think there might be a problem.
Why specifically are there no other jobs? There are a lot of things that contributed to the degradation of the animation, games, and VFX industry. Everyone likes to point their finger at DEI, which, while I agree is a stupid policy to implement for both hiring and storytelling.
So, I'm non-binary.
I'd argue that DEI probably...
Yeah, AI is... It helps. It's causing it to get worse, obviously, but it's not the main reason. I do not disagree with this.
Probably had the least to do with all of this. Well, just really like controversy is the most digestible thing to argue about online for your average aggravated layman, but what's significantly less interesting to talk about. And
this is also true. Again, it turns out having commodified social media is actually kind of a bad thing, because the point is like, if you bring up the most like stupid, idiotic, controversial point, a bunch of people are going to yell at it, rightfully so. It's going to get boosted more so within the algorithm, and it's basically going to make it such that, oh, a bunch of money is being made because, oh, look at this really popular post, even though it's like the most stupid, idiotic dog shit on the planet.
And more difficult to get a grasp on, and what's probably the largest contributing factor for why things have gotten this bad are larger economic problems and predatory corporate practices. Hey, remember earlier when I said I couldn't do long division? I still can't do long division. God didn't give me the cool math autism, he gave me the one where I have a bunch of Undertale shit in my house. Since I'm a big kid now, I'm gonna do my best to try and teach you how the economy works and why everybody
It's okay, I got the math autism, I got you.
Laid off because of it. So like first you have interest rates, which apparently are like fixed nationally or internationally by the government, I guess. Or
it's a little
everyone
weird.
Gets together and agrees that the interest rate should be like a specific number, or maybe the president does it. Bill Clinton said the interest rates are basically zero, so you have to do what he says. For a long time, interest rates made it so companies could very easily borrow a bunch of money to invest in whatever project.
So what she's specifically talking about here is the policy of the Federal Reserve. Every single president wants the interest rates to be about 0% to have people be able to easily borrow U.S. Treasury bonds. Obviously, that's not very good for a lot of reasons, because it can introduce a lot of inflationary pressures for fairly obvious reasons, because of the fact that people are going to be purchasing a bunch of U.S. bonds at a significantly lower interest rate, so they don't have to pay as much in order to, basically pay it back. And oh man, macroeconomics. Broadly speaking, the reason why interest rates, for example, are lower to zero, and why that's happening right now with Jerome Powell and the Fed at the moment, is because of the fact that the Fed has one job and one job only. Keep inflation low, and also keep unemployment also low. Basically, create a bunch of jobs. Because of a lot of the terrible policies going on right now with the Trump administration, with both the tariffs and also seemingly threatening everyone around the world right now, but more so the tariffs, it's been having problems. Inflation's been going up and jobs have been going down because businesses can't really afford to keep people on, because it's just like, we need to be able to import in certain doohickeys and doodads in order to be able to make our product. And that's being made more expensive because Trump does not understand how tariffs work, because he thinks it's like a fucking video game. And then if you just do the random, policy within Hearts of Iron 4, all of a sudden you get an instantaneous effect. That's not how it works. That's nonsensical. That's how children think. But then again, Trump is a bit of a child. He wants all of the interest rates to be as low as possible, so then all of his Wall Street buddies can borrow a bunch of fucking money and gamble with it as if it's this fucking stock market. I don't need to really go into why that would be a really bad idea, but I digress. Another thing that also has to be thought about is the consequences of quantitative easing, which is essentially a funny little accounting trick that is done by the Federal Reserve in order to, well, not only the Federal Reserve, but also a bunch of other, economic sort of institutions within the United States. It's essentially a way to just be like, guys, if we just continue increasing our debt and trying to not really pay down that debt, but keep buying a bunch of debt in order to be able to do our policies, and we just do some, funny little accounting tricks, we can basically just budget and fund all of our own fucking priorities. Such as all the tax cuts for the rich that Trump has been, broadly speaking, doing. Same within the Bush administration and also Reagan. The national debt has been a thing that's been skyrocketing significantly, and it's been skyrocketing under every single Republican administration. Every Democratic administration has been able to sort of bring it back under control, but it's still good to go up a little bit. In terms of, like, of course, reckless spending, quote unquote, it's always the Republicans who are the reckless fucking spenders, yada, yada, yada. Democrats, at the very least, try to raise certain taxes in order to be able to pay for their stuff. Republicans never do that. They just cut, which only increases the debt because, again, money is not able to flow throughout the economy as well. And so the debt significantly increases. I'm going off on a little bit of a ramble here, but whatever. It makes it such that it becomes much more difficult for people to be able to, well, not people, for the government to be able to pay down its debts. I believe just Donald Trump alone has contributed about, at this point, it's going to be slated to be about $17 trillion to the debt. Not to mention all of the wars that have been happening. Afghanistan, Iraq as well. Also significantly have contributed to the debt as well. About $7 trillion, I believe, give or take. That's going to be stuff that's going to have to come out of specifically the taxpayer. The interest on the debt, for example, just for paying the interest on the debt, I believe has gone to the point where it's about $1 trillion. $1 trillion for the interest on the U.S.'s fucking debt. I don't think this really has to be said, just how much of a fucking disaster it is. The GDP to debt ratio is something that I've been hearing quite a bit about, is significantly getting worse. And if that is allowed to get more and more so completely out of fucking control, and the only way to fix this problem, by the way, is by taxing all of those fucking millionaires and billionaires, again, looking at you, Bubby. Looking at you, and all these, like, $1 trillion fucking corporations. This is essentially going to spiral into a position where eventually America will not be able to be the sort of global center for capital anymore. And there's going to be a lot of fucking consequences for that, and everybody is just going to suffer as a result. It's not just going to be the people at the top. It's going to be a lot more fucking people.
They wanted, and so tech companies did exactly that, running things at a loss with no consequences, therefore setting the grounds for a bubble. And what do bubbles do? They pop. And then someone somewhere sneezed on a bat or like twerked on a petri dish. I don't fucking know. And then the coof was born.
The current bubble right now is AI, right? Lots and lots of investment has been basically done into AI at this moment, and that ROI, it's not really materializing. And it's going to get to the point where it's just going to be a pop, and all of that investment is going to go away. It is slated to be, well, analysts have been saying, economists have been saying that this could either be 3 times or 4 times worse in comparison to that of the 2008 recession.
Like I said earlier, everybody got stuck at home with a fat check full of coof bucks, and the game industry found this golden opportunity to convert even the normiest of normies into hardcore gamers. Even my mom bought a Nintendo DS, not DS, a Switch. Even my mom bought a Switch at some point and started playing Animal Crossing. So game companies start to maximum overhire, as do animation and VFX studios, because this low interest rate, high fever shit affects them too. We've entered this attention.
Same thing happened in the IT industry, by the way. Yep, a lot of IT people got overhired in the industry, and then, well, the economy has now recovered from COVID. Time to fire a bunch of people.
And retention economy where everybody's trying their hardest to get you to perpetually goon on their app or play their video game or watch their movie. Unfortunately, everybody being stuck at home plus supply chain issues and then eventually everyone having to go back to work created some pretty nasty inflation problems. This made Bill Clinton very angry, so he descended from Mount Olympus where the White House is located, and he punished the people of Earth with high interest rates in retaliation. This means companies can no longer just borrow money arbitrarily. There's real consequences to all of these loans that they have to pay back eventually with the hefty price of added interest. Now companies have all this labor that they have to pay for, but not all the free money with which to do so. So now they do what they must because they can. They call the herd. Companies have this weird fixation with appearing as profitable as possible to investors, so when money is no longer free, the only way they can keep the silly little line on silly little graph going ever upwards to appease the big scary shareholder wearing the big scary suit but secretly a very poopy diaper is to get rid of people. Getting rid of people makes you look fun and sexy to investors because they don't see it as destroying people's livelihoods. They see it as cleaning house and making things look more efficient, so that funny little number on funny little graph goes up.
When in reality, that's not how that fucking works, right? It's nonsensical to sort of operate under the assumption that, getting rid of a bunch of people is seen as more efficient. This is something that happens in the games industry consistently, which is why I'm glad she brings up the games industry. Whenever a project is finished, there's always a culling of the herd, right? A lot of mergers also happen as well. Always a culling of the herd to make it look like it's more streamlined or efficient. That's not necessarily how that fucking works. Let's be quite honest here. The thing specifically with a lot of these like companies is they do not see people as people. They see them as numbers on a graph. That's it. That's literally the point. Livelihoods, who cares about any of that stuff, right? We all know the story of like Boy Meets Minnie. You can probably attest to this, of the video game developer who's always having to mill about differing studios, getting whatever odd job they can, or say the screen actor, right? Like a background actor or whatever, or a writer, right? Adam Conover talks about this very consistently. And this is part of the reason why the SAG-AFTRA strikes were as big as they were within Los Angeles. Again, Boy Meets Minnie. You can probably attest to this. Not to mention with all the replacements that these ghouls are trying to do with AI, it's essentially meant to just ruin these people's livelihoods and just funnel them into more gig economy work, right? The attention economy. You know, gotta do your funny little Fortnite dance in order to appeal to the TikTok algorithm or whatever the fuck, right? Is the main sort of trend de jour. It becomes a situation where people's lives are seen as non-valuable. If you do not contribute to the more main sort of trend de jour in order to be able to make line go up perpetually, you know, the sort of myth of eternal growth, you become essentially a throwaway, useless. You're not going to be seen as very useful to that function. If maybe we built a more equitable society, then this would not be the case. I remember you, Bossy Lul. Have you ever considered that I might not be answering whatever dumbass sort of thing that you're saying because I do not seem to care to answer the dumbass thing that you're saying right now? So as far as I'm concerned, I kick rocks. Like, I don't really give much of a shit about whatever nonsensical bullshit you're saying about Trump. I do not care.
And if it don't, then I'm gonna get all poopy in my diaper. And CEOs aren't just gonna take pay cuts like they do in Japan to avoid laying people off. That just makes you look weak. Then you can't afford as many yachts. Caring about people in this economy? What are you, stupid? I'm trying to get my dick sucked up. But financially, a lot of these companies are actually doing great, reporting record profits even. They just want to look good for shareholders, so they cut jobs. They're chasing a forever waxing and waning hype cycle, the goal of which is to come out on top with more.
And again, like I've mentioned this before, it turns out basing your economy on a random algorithmic machine that can basically go up or down or crash based off of fucking vibes might not be a good thing. Looking at you, stock market.
Than you had previously, and that means removing all of the people that make the art for your product to actually be consumable. These companies do not care about you. They don't care about your art. They don't care about that time you stayed up till 5 a.m. trying to finish a character model. They just don't care. And that's why I can't be bothered to participate in this shit anymore. So what happens now? Where is the industry at large going? What am I
wonder why people are becoming nihilistic
of this video? Eventually these companies are going to have to hire artists back. I just don't know when that's going to be. But they can't make a product involving art without an artist, because you can't just generate art out of thin air.
They'll try.
Wait.
They're trying. They're trying.
I'm going to go on to talk about reasons to hope for a better future, because these companies would eventually remember that, you know, they need to hire people to make this stuff for them. They need to hire artists. And then I remembered that generative AI...
By the way, this is kind of like the similar thing in IT. I keep bringing up IT because that's where I worked specifically. They fired a bunch of people. They know that they're eventually going to have to hire them all back. Hey, specifically in Canada, that foreign workers program, which was really poorly implemented... Eventually, that's going to get regulated, and these companies won't be able to exploit labor from more poorer countries with people desperate to want to leave them. Eventually, they won't be able to have the sort of quote-unquote Canadian slave system as per Amnesty International. As per Amnesty International, of course. Eventually, that's going to get regulated, and they won't be able to have that sort of very easy, more free source of labor, more cheaper source of labor. So it's one of those situations where it's just like, at some point, there's going to be a sort of, what's the what's the term? What's the saying? Blanking a little bit on the saying here. It's eventually all going to come to head, and it's going to collapse in on itself, right? We know of the current AI bubble that's going on right now. What's going to cause it to pop? We don't really know yet. It could be anything. Some guy might have like sneezed in a funny way and then gone, right? Maybe some guy accidentally deletes a number, gone right away, right? A lot of billionaires right now, especially a lot of these like tech CEOs, like Peter Thiel, for example, have started to take investments out of a lot of their holdings within a bunch of AI companies because they know. Even Sam Altman himself has said that this is a bubble, right? And a lot of these people are starting to take away their investments from this because, they can kind of see that it's a bit of a bubble, and that if it bursts and they get caught with their pants down, that they will suffer significantly from it in terms of, their money. I don't really give much of a shit at all about what you're saying, Bossy Wool, because you're just saying a bunch of fucking nonsense in chat, and I don't feel like engaging with it, right? I do not care. I'm currently in the middle of something, and you're deciding to be rather rude and talking about incessant fucking nonsense, right? Like, you should just be happy that I'm not sicking Boy Meets Minnie on you. Be happy with that.
Exists specifically in reference to a article published by the Animation Guild back in 2023 in reference to AI usage in the industry. So that was already 2 years ago. I'll put a link to that in the description, I guess. Here's some fun little stats for you. 72% of firms surveyed could be considered early adopters of AI. 75% of respondents said Gen AI tools, software, and/or models had supported the elimination, reduction, or consolidation of jobs in their business division. 36 respondents who had or were developing generative AI tools reported that generative AI reduced the need for certain skills, tasks, and responsibilities among staff. Here's my favorite stat among all these. 47%, and this was in 2023, mind you. So almost half of the responders to this 2 years ago, almost half of business leads said that within the next 3 years, generative AI will be effective at generating 3D assets. I can't help but feel that even if the industry bounces back.
And we've been seeing this, right? Like it has been becoming more effective at generating those fucking assets, right? It certainly has been. People could still kind of tell, but eventually it's going to get to a point where it's going to be even more and more difficult to tell. And again, these people just do this because they do not see humans like all the tech oligarchs have talked about this. Like Peter Thiel, for example, has said that he wants to replace 80% of humanity with essentially a bunch of robots who can just do his every fucking whim. Because why pay for pesky things like healthcare benefits or people being able to have wages or participate within the economy when everyone else can just live like cattle in a bunch of shanty towns and our little fucking fiefdoms all across America? Yeah, you are rude because you can clearly see that I am currently doing a segment right now, right? You can see that I'm speaking. I'm not engaging with what you're saying because I do not care about engaging with what you are saying. And yeah, you're being rude and fucking annoying. And as far as I'm concerned, you can fuck right off because you're just pissing me off at this point. You can suck my dick, eat my fucking shit, okay? You want to be an annoying little fucking troll? You can eat shit. All right? I don't give a fuck if you're a Romanian immigrant. I don't give a shit if you're a fucking Romanian. If you fucking piss me off and annoy me by being, I don't know, an incessant little nuisance, because I remember you. It's never a good thing if I remember you. You're going to get fucking yeeted. Complain in the unban requests. I'm going to not heed any of them.
I'm going to wind up as a glorified topology janitor, and that's if I'm lucky. Eventually they're going to figure out the topology bits too. Look, I'm not saying abandon all hope. I'm not saying don't pursue 3D modeling or game development or animation. When I was making that Chris Chan 3D sculpting video, I know I kept saying how much I had grown to hate 3D modeling, but as I was sculpting that stupid thing, I just kind of remembered how much I enjoyed it. I think regardless of what happens to the industry, there's always going to be a market for people who want to consume things made by humans. That's the power of passion right there. People want to consume art made by humans because art is unique to the human condition, and whatever a robot spits out is just a soulless copy and completely unrelatable. At least for people like you, and if a movie comes out that's completely AI generated, I'm not going to watch it. Same with a video game. I'm not going to play that. It's entirely possible that these companies will remember.
It's going to have, like, what she's describing here is completely accurate. Because like, we have all these, like, soy-chugging fucking morons basically saying, like, oh, look at this, like, sweet thing that my AI made. Look at this, like, movie. The movie industry is going to be completely fucked by this. And it's like, you look at this, it's like, wow, this is some fucking dog shit. This is terrible. It looks like shit. Like all those like that. There's like this one example of this AI first-person shooter game or something, and it just looks like the most hacked up pile of garbage on the fucking planet. It's just like you're supposed to like make decisions, and then the character does something based off of those decisions, but the transitions between the certain environments are terribly done. It's fairly obvious that it's like basically a hack job, and it's just like, oh brother. And you're supposed to be telling me that this is going to be the main thing that's going to destroy like the movie industry and the gaming industry? Like really, this shit right here, when it looks like complete fucking garbage.
Remember their humble beginnings and maybe reconsider the heavy implementation of AI tools to replace human artists. It's not a high hope, but it's a hope. If not, bullying seems to be an effective course of reciprocation. Like there was that one cinematic that Riot did that was entirely AI generated, and people cyberbullied the shit out of them on Twitter so hard that they took it down out of embarrassment. Normalize cyberbullying companies. Look, I don't know what's going on.
Same thing with the Coke ads, by the way. All these AI fucking ads, the generative ads that like Coke made. Yeah, people bullied the shit out of them, and it's just like, this is dog shit. Because corporations, they know. They still need people to be able to sort of participate within the economy in order to be able to buy their products in order to make money. But I've mentioned this before, and it was mentioned in an Urgently Firing video as well. They're trying to get to the point where they are post-consumerist, right? Where essentially you are forced to have to buy subscriptions for like basic tasks, even on a fucking computer. Like you have to be able to like use a subscription just for Microsoft Office, for fuck's sake. It's going to get to that point. Subscription models for even basic functionality that you should be expecting from your fucking computer. Like as soon as like Notepad needs a subscription model, that's when you know it's fucking completely cooked.
Happen. I don't know what I'm going to do about it, so I certainly don't know what to tell you to do about it. I'm just here to give you my perspective and to save you from this industry weaving this potentially unattainable, if not very distressing pipe dream for you. There, of course, is always going indie. All of my favorite games are indie games. My mentor from school and her partner made this really kick-ass indie short film, and now they've got the attention of investors so much so that they're now going in full ass and creating an entire series by themselves. I'm personally in the process of teaching my...
Always support indie developers. Indies, they're great. They operate outside of current corporate structures.
Game maker. I'm trying to make a silly little shoot 'em up game, and I'm trying to just make something from start to finish so I can publish it for like, I don't know, for free or maybe for $1, just to say that I made something from start to finish, even if it's not groundbreaking. I'm willing to bet that if just a handful of the talented artists that are probably going to watch this video got together and decided to make something, it could really take off and turn into something real. No, really hit me up if that's something that interests you. I've got some ideas, some rudimentary coding skills, and some decent experience with 2D animation, and obviously the whole 3D modeling thing. Hit me up. We could probably make something. If you want to do art professionally, I'm not going to stop you. Just to be aware of the unprecedented changes that are shaping the market and have a backup plan. I didn't have a backup plan, and now I'm back in my childhood bedroom, e-begging and making long-form shitpost content. I legitimately do not have a direction in life right now. I'm kind of just throwing spaghetti at the wall until something sticks, so hopefully I don't have to work at a for the rest of my life. Hence the YouTube channel. Would be pretty cool if that worked out. Would be pretty cool if just one thing in my life worked out for once. I could continue stuff like this or branch out into other things. I like complaining. I could make some complaining video essays where I talk about larger societal issues. Microplastics in my balls? How America's central banks are depositing microplastics into your balls right now. I don't know, just a thought. I just want to do things and entertain people. That's why I got into the animation business. So I don't know, let me know in the comments if there's something that you want me to talk about in a video, I guess. I was also just thinking about becoming a bartender maybe. At least when you screw up making somebody's martini, you don't have to debug the olive.exe software for hours into the night. You just make them another one. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it if you made it to the end. Not that I'm monetized or anything. I just really like it when people listen to...
Yeah, I guess this is the overall conclusion here. Very, very fascinating to go through this entire video here by Kamikaze Short Bus, and pretty much like the entirety of all of her points there that she's bringing up is correct about the main sort of problems within the economy right now. Funnily enough, I'm currently in my childhood bedroom right now. Oh boy, the fucking parallels here are... There's a lot of parallels. Many, many parallels. Of course. We love making our fucking parallels. But yeah. All of the points that I've been sort of talking about here, broadly speaking, is about how corporations care about, well, one thing and one thing only. Making all of the money. They are not satisfied with making just some of the money. They want all of it. It's all about systems of hierarchy and control. Fundamentally speaking, with all of these billionaire, wannabe trillionaires now, and all these rich fucking assholes, right? They want to do everything possible to make that stock portfolio look slightly better. I've talked about this already before. Might be some potential issues with making your sort of stock portfolio, or the stock market, be the main sort of vestige of what is meant to build a effective economy. But then again, hindsight and forethought is not exactly something that is conducive with the sort of billionaire sort of mindset. It is all about, fundamentally speaking, maintaining systems of hierarchy and control. Fundamentally speaking, right? And that is where, as I've said before, passion is meant to die. These corporate work environments are meant to be inherently soul-sucking for one reason and one reason only. They want your dreams to die. They want your passions, your convictions, your morals, your ethics to all die, and for you to essentially be a good little fucking drone that is meant to be a cog in a machine that helps make the line go up by 0.5% over a quarter of a year. That's the point, right? As has even been mentioned here, well, by Kamikaze Short Bus. I, of course, sort of go into the more sort of, I guess, like, political aspects of this, of course, because that plays a lot into it, obviously. You know, sociology, blah, 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 blah. In any case, there's only one way forward if we want to have a way out of all of this, besides taxing the ever-living shit out of these billionaires, these corporations, these rich people. And that is community. That is the one thing, although the billionaires are trying to take that also away from you, as I've said before, Mark Fisher, capitalist realism, every aspect of human existence is to be monetized under every sort of circumstance. Whether it be your social, well, this is what they're currently going after, whether it be tangible products, whether it be things you need to survive, even as so far as the ability to be able to socialize with one another. AI companions are becoming more and more of a thing, and there's even stories out there of 14-year-olds committing suicide as a byproduct of their interactions with one of these AI companions. The CEOs themselves have even said it themselves, that they are meant to be simply nothing more than wastes of time. Wastes of fucking time of basically you to just sit there, do nothing, not contribute further to your own sort of bettering of yourself or of society, for you to just basically go there, essentially just sit there and just waste away a bunch of time, so then you go back to sleep and go back to the fucking wagey cagey. We, fundamentally speaking, have an economy that does not work for the average everyday individual and works for a very specific subset of people at the top looking to extract all of the money from everybody and just hoard it in a fucking dragon's vault somewhere on the Cayman Islands. I don't think there's really much else to say besides, do not let your passions die. Do not let your dreams die. We are currently in a moment of darkness. However, people are, broadly speaking, waking up and are understanding that this is unsustainable, this is not desirable, and eventually it will come to head and there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Oh, I mean that person's just a worm. Like what are you supposed to say to this individual? Just a worm. That dude has popped up before and was like very, very stupid and fucking annoying before. So it's just like, okay. Whatever. Stupid. Yep. I also remember the name. And as I said to him before, if I remember your name, it's not a good time. Not a good time. If I remember your name. So. That dude was just really fucking annoying. Okay. Bye-bye. The dude came in and said, "Hello, Trump is the best president US had in my lifetime. What do you think?" I don't engage because I'm doing a segment, so I do not care about like talking about Trump. I just do not give a fuck. And I was just like doing my fucking thing, you know. Boy Meets Mini answers the question, and he's just like, "You're entitled to your opinion. I'm also entitled to mine. The question is, can you back that up?" No one, broadly speaking, sort of allowed to sort of criticize Trump because this person is a peasant, a servant, a serf brain, of course, from all these like Trump supporters, but whatever. I think he's making US safer, which is good for everyone trying to make peace internationally. He did. Peasant, servile brain, there's no point in inherently debunking any of this because, again, stupid and annoying. I go off on him saying, like, yeah, you're being fucking annoying and rude. I'm not answering your question because I do not care about your question. Like, fuck off. I remember you and you're annoying. And then I was just like, okay, well, you can fuck off, suck my dick, bitch and complain in the unbanned requests. I could give less of a flying fuck. Because he tried to do the whole sort of incredulous thing saying, remember that you are a remaining legal immigrant and now you are insulting a fellow Romanian just because he doesn't think like you. No, I'm insulting you because you're fucking annoying and you're incapable of reading a social situation. I am doing something else right now. I don't want to answer to your incessant bullshit, you overly entitled fucking little bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to, like I said, but Boy Meets Mini seemingly was away at this point. It's like, your dumbass should be lucky I'm not sicking Boy Meets Mini on you. But Boy Meets Mini was not there. You failed me, Boy Meets Mini, you son of a bitch. Tries to go for the Aura Farm moment. Isn't allowed to execute because Boy Meets Mini was AFK. Fuck you, Boy Meets Mini. Bastard. It's just one of those things where it's just like, I don't fuck these people. Just subhumanly low IQ. Alright, we're gonna rate up to Sad Girl. Sad Grill. George Foreman. Alright, idiots, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transstride with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub, if you're non-sub, you do the WoW the Daho raid buff. So I show appreciation to those in case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And we'll be continuing the suffering. Continuing to yap. And all that good shit. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.